Well, hello there. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Of course, as soon as I start streaming, Daisy's outside, out in the backyard, barking like there's like no tomorrow. She's going a little nuts. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. It's nice to have a cooler day. Ah, man, I can't wait for that AC to come in. Oh my goodness, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Oh my goodness. So the plan is I want to finish this game today. I don't know if I can do it, but I'm going to try. That's the plan. I don't know if I can do it though, but we're going to try it. We're going to try it. I'm really enjoying this game though. I really do like it a lot. I think it's a really, really cool game. Gotta, obviously gotta use your brain a lot on it, but I like that. I like trying to figure it out. How long did you stick around yesterday, Mike? Oh, it is? Okay, good. I'm glad. I want to. Oh, I'll stream. Nice, nice. I I love games like this. Like, I actually have one of those books that is like it's kind of like a puzzle book, but like it's it's different kind of puzzles, but there is like kind of a story behind it, like a mystery behind it. I also, when I was a kid, I used to like those books where you could choose your own ending, in a sense, where you had decisions, and it would say, like, you would read, like, you know, you'd read this chapter or read a few pages, and then it would say, okay, if you choose this, go to this page. If you choose this, go to that page, right? And so I've always been somebody who loves these type of games, type of things. So I'm excited to get through this, and then as you can see down here, the incident at the Galley House, that's their new one, and I want to play that next week. Hey, Spence. Good to see you. Good to see you. So, we might go a little long today. If you can hang out, if you can't, that's cool. But I want to try and finish this game today so that next week we can go on to the Galley House. The Galley House is a little bit more murder mystery type. Um, so yeah, I'm super excited about this. Let's go ahead, get into it, because like I said, I want to try and finish this today. So all right, so there's a couple of things that I want to check out because of I think I missed yesterday. So let's go into our evidence, because I think one of the things that we need to look at is, if we go into the Three Sisters, actually, let's go over to the computer. If we go into the Three Sisters, there was a thing I think I missed. So if we go here, is it not here? No, it's maybe it's under let me see. There was one I'm pretty sure that I missed, and I think this is where I need to go. No? I'm sorry that you hate ads. 5 pieces business watch. There's a magazine that I think, but I don't know if I can. This is the picture. Let's go back. That one doesn't have anything clued to it. That one still has some. That one's got some. That one's got 9. This one still has 7 more attached to it. Okay. Teen Blast. That's what I wanted to look for. Teen Blast. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's go into maybe spider search Teen Blast. Okay. I'm sorry, Mike, that you're getting the ads. The website has news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottree sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Raina Roottree first appeared on the cover on her 16th birthday. So we want to go over here to Teen Blast and look for Roottree. Teen Blast's many advertisements over the years, including 5 pieces. They fled the results. One of them was already in your evidence. The 5 pieces one, I think, I believe. Five pieces. Yeah, so Candy and Root clothes in Teen Blast specifically mentioned that Raina appeared more than once. Riley and Rose, on the other hand, seem to be mentioned by name less than their older sister. So let's search for Raina. The only reason I'm doing this is because I want to make sure that I find all the information. So, okay, so we've got that now. That would be this here. So this has got, see, because now I've got more information. 1994, this issue also mentions TMS and brother trouble. In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He also told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had read in school. I took his advice, and now I work with my mom designing clothes. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model. Then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. So Grandma Laura, so if this is her dad, I'm assuming that this is her grandfather. If Carl was her father, I'm assuming. Do we have a Laura? I don't think I have a Laura yet in here. No. So if her grandpa was married to a Laura. Oops. Laura Carlson, possibly. So who was Laura Carlson married to? Let me go back here. I want to grab this picture there and put this here. Okay. So we have Laura Carlson. Laura Carlson. Can we search for Laura Carlson? College professor. Grandpa was a college professor. Nothing related. Okay. Do we know who was a professor? This is what sucks about having this, waiting a day. TMS and brother trouble. What is brother trouble? Brother trouble, new gossip, also how to know if he's interested and win a trip to see the set of a new movie. Okay, so I don't know what this might not be anything that we need, So Grandpa was a college professor, taught lectures about history. So do we know who does history? Is there anything that tells us about history? Let's see. We're trying to figure this out. Angie and I boast miracle. We were told only the 5 pieces. So this was Warehouse Eli Jr. Pop. Celebrate the move Eli Jr. designed. So that was Edward Clancy, Roottree. And Lauren had 3 brothers. So Edward Clancy, or Clancy Edward. We need to find out who his kids were. Clancy Edward. And I don't know, like, none of these have other things attached to it. So Clancy Edward. I know it's super big, but I want to, we got to figure this out. Lauren doesn't reference who her brothers are, only that she's got 3 younger brothers. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had. So I think I have that correct, where we've got Margot, yes, as her mom. So we need to figure out Lauren's brothers. Now Clark is her son. She's the first Roottree woman, anything but a housewife. That's all about Gwen. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president. Okay, wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got heated. So this is where it's getting confusing, because she's talking about Dynasty and she's talking about Clancy as like not her dad. Her dad is Pop, right? So if we look back at the family tree, this is Pop, even though his name is Clancy Edward. And that's locked in. So that's correct. So is there another Clancy? That's the question that I have. Is there another Clancy? Let's go here. Let's look up Clancy. Yeah, there's a Clancy Jr. So it must be one of her brothers. Can we search Clancy Jr.? I totally hit the caps lock. Nothing. Can I go? No, I need author title. How do like I think the most annoying thing is that you can't search every person. Do you know what I mean? So I'm assuming if he's Clancy Edward, then I'm assuming that Clancy Jr. is going to be this one here, which I put, oh, look, it's already in there. Did I know that for certain? Or did it automatically go in there? So Clancy Jr. was a professor, right? Yeah, he was a professor. But I don't have a picture of Clancy Jr. So we know that Clancy Jr. was one of the kids of Lauren's, or one of the brothers of Lauren. Who was James's dad? Because she had 3 brothers. So who was James's dad? James Roottree. So if we go back to her diary, Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious because none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottree name. I'm not sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company. So we know, okay, Zach has a different last name. But he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Okay, and we were figuring that out with, we figured that Zach had to be, I have Sam there. So Zach has to be like one of these 2. I'm assuming. Because Zach has a sister, Angie, right? But who's the firstborn? Who's the firstborn? Zach is the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Poppy's been told mother ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks. Maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product, which is Zach. But we don't know where who Zach's parent is. It's got to be a female, because I would assume, it doesn't have to be, I would assume it should be a female because there's no surname. There's a different surname. So if we were to look at I don't even know what I'm looking at. Maybe one of these. Gwendolyn. I wish you would cross off the ones that you already used. You know what I'm saying? Because it could be, I mean, any of these. If we were to go that way, I thought I saw somewhere that somebody didn't use, that there was a male that took over. Oh, well, no, it's a, never mind. I thought I saw somewhere that there was a male that married into the Roottree family that took her last name, but that doesn't account here. That doesn't mean anything here. So where, Pop argued at length. So what am I supposed to be looking at? Schoolbound Publishing, maybe? Captures the evolution and perspective from the adolescence and adulthood. Butler County Times. There's something that has to do with this page in particular, that there's 5 more clues in here. Granddad was furious about none of his sons would take over the president. So one of them, I mean, is Zach, obviously, but I don't know how to figure out, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. So if we go back to this is where we were going last time. We were trying to figure out Zach's last name, and I think it's Morden, which is probably, his father's probably James Morden, right? Which means, who did James Morden marry? Did we try and figure that out last time? I think we were trying to figure that out last time. James Morden. And then did that bring us to Clark Rafferty, Jacob Rafferty, Daniela, Thomas Sheridan, Morden. I'm trying to remember all this stuff. Morden wasn't there something with a female Morden? Angelica, Caroline, right? There was a Caroline Morden Caroline Morden is the mother of Stephanie. Caroline Morden is the mother of Stephanie here. Stephanie Jones. And we were trying to figure out is she related to... Don't let her conflicts spread to the next generation. Stephanie Jones for council, better for Butler County. Carl left in his inbox. It's a flyer about the candidate for local office. On the back is an excerpt from the newspaper article. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but her words is still full of love, and now 22 years later, a baby of her own do. So is... All right. So are we... I don't know if it's this way. I'm thinking that it might be this way. And if that's the case, I don't know. Could Caroline be the daughter of Zach? If we had Zach there? Because Zach didn't have the last name of the Roottree family. We could try it. You know what I mean? Zachariah Morden. But who would be Zachariah Morden's father? James? Who did James marry? Because I don't think I can look up James. Yeah, nothing. Nothing there. Because I don't know if maybe guardian, adoption, or what otherwise. Would this be Stephanie Jones? But no, because November is in there, right? And I'm assuming that November is, if we look at this picture here, I think this is November, this little girl here. I'm thinking that that's November. I didn't lose stream, did I? I don't think so. I'm thinking that this is November because on the back of the photo in childish writing it says November. And Stephanie was pregnant here due around Christmas. So I'm thinking that November is her child. And her mom, CM, which I'm assuming it's not her, not there. I'm assuming that it is Caroline Morden. I'm assuming Caroline Morden is her mom, who has an issue with Carl. And she doesn't want it passed on to the next generation. So Caroline Morden might be here. And she was married What does this mean? Split up. Married, split up, and they had a kid, maybe. Or she was married here, maybe, and split up, and then got with this person, and they adopted Stephanie, maybe? Or Stephanie's husband? No, Stephanie's husband is Jones. Somebody Jones. And I'm really thinking that if this was Stephanie, there would be another, like, I think Stephanie's going to be over here. Over here, maybe. Because there's no other, I mean, because I'm assuming that November would be in the picture here, maybe. No? I don't know. Oh my gosh. All right, maybe we got to go a whole nother route. Let's see. There's still more clues to find on this, which I don't understand why. Like, why? What are we still looking for? Maybe I need to use the ducky. Let's use the ducky. The Watchman of the Year article mentioned a magazine. Okay. Let's go look at that article again. Watchman of the Year article, periodicals, Business Watch, Watchman of the Year, and it mentioned an article. That's not helping me. Okay, let's go back here. This one. Roottrees have been Watchman of the Year. Does not host any online archives on any site you can find, though you may be able to find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. What? Business Watch magazine focused on companies. They've been around 100 years. Major changes in every year they offer an award. Prominent businessman. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 Rootrees. So what am I not seeing? History. This one here. Infallible legal aspects. Clanced trust. Let's see. Let's, okay. Clanced trust. Okay. Is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who was Elias's son and the Roottree Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative, Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it's a significant amount of money. The Clanced Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottree versus RR in 1994. While looking into the Clans Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee. Okay, so first of all, let's look for the 5-piece guarantee. Search periodicals. Nothing. Okay. Let's go back to spider search. Let's go here. Oh, you're driving me bananarama. Copy. In combination with the Clans Trust was Elias Roottree attempt to ensure that the Roottree Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottree's president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it is closer to $4. Interesting. The yearly salary of Roottree's president. Combined with the Clans Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economic enthusiasts of all level of expertise. Interesting. That is a very interesting way to look at things, huh? Let's go here and let's go here. Can we search periodicals for that? Nothing. Let's go back here. University Law School. Oh, dear Lord. There we go. Copy that. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clans Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a legal oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock. And second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clans Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottree without completely dissolving the trust. So RR, who is RR? The Roottrees versus RR. Fellow family member. So let's go back here. Let's look here. Is there an R Roottree? Well, yeah. Raina Riley, but this is way before them. Raina Riley. Robert, Ronald. Let's look for Robert or Ronald Roottree. Robert. No. And who was the other one? Ronald? Ronald. Nothing. So how am I supposed to... Okay, let's go on here. Maybe. Copy. Nothing. Legal Oddities website. Attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. Person in question was born out of wedlock, and they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Where am I supposed to go from there? How many times can I use the ducky? Magazines via periodicals on your PC? No shit. The Watchman of the Year article mentioned a magazine. What magazine did it mention? Like, what am I missing here? Go here. Doesn't say. It's not telling me. The Client's Trust, that's in the periodical. I don't know. Because I'm not getting... I mean, yeah, we got the... Watchman of the Year article mentioned a magazine. You could search magazines via... No shit. Search Carl Roottree in Business Watch. Okay. Didn't I already do that, though? I guess not. I thought I did. For his work in Root, the cover and summary of the article has been added to your evidence. Okay. That's the same picture that I have with him, I believe. Carl Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year in '87. A photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders, and it has ongoing coverage of who's in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottree Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Word spread. So Jim had a daughter. 82, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie, who just became president of Roottree at the time, spearheaded Root. A second cousin Ernie. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. So, Ernie Jr., president of Roottree, was his second cousin. Ernie Jr., president. That's not really helping me, though. Now, second cousin wouldn't be here, right? Because this would be cousin, first cousin, if it was here, right? So second cousin would be over here, right? Because first cousin would come down the line this way, right? Second cousin would come down the line like this way. And I doubt it's under Miracle. Ernie Jr., Sam. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, Elias. So Ernie Jr. came from another Ernie, Ernie Sr. There's one more that has to deal with this. Okay. Ernie Jr., president of Roottree. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottree at the time, spearheaded Root. So can we... Ernie Jr. That's the only thing that I could probably look up. Did I look up Root before? Oops. Apparently Root released 2 catalogs per year since '84. Seems Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother, and Roottree's head designer, appeared on only one cover holding her daughter Rose. That, yeah, because I looked at that already. Ernie Roottree Jr. Nothing. Nothing. Ernie Jr. President. December. Can I just search blood relatives? What does that do? Nothing. Nothing. I'm so lost, and I don't want to keep using the ducky. Do you know what I mean? Ernie. So who would Ernest Jr.? Ernest Jr. Madison? Or Madsen? Oh. There's no Ernie Jr. Ernest Jr. Madsen. Did I spell his name wrong? I did. Ernest Jr. Nothing. Nothing. Clancy told me that everyone went down to Zach because none of the other sons wanted anything to do with it. Sam. I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree, so why is Sam special? All right, so Granny and Granddad had a brother. Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. That's Lauren. So so we're just getting rid of those people. I got you. Trim those from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including the Miracle Boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Uncle Junior. Which one is Uncle Junior? Which one is Uncle Junior? Uncle would be up here. So Uncle Junior, there's a Elias Junior somewhere, I would assume, right? Uncle Junior would be... Okay. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding party last year at the reception. When I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past an old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Meeting in Zach's office, Gwen in Paris. Miracle Boys spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Uncle Junior married Patsy. Who's Patsy? Eli, Miracle's youngest son. Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding in his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seemed thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Why is Granddad making an exception now? Alright, so Zach is... I'm so confused. I have to use the duck. Eli, surely he must have received some attention in the media. Okay. Let's go look. If we look here. I feel horrible searching this stuff, like using the ducky. He is the founder and the first president of the Roottree Candy Company. He created the Roottree Company. At the top, there's a picture of him and his wife, Gwyneth. Yeah. Biography section that has some additional information. Elias is crediting the 5 pieces. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He's quoted on the site saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. There are more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottree Legacy by Bess Williams, to say there are bias. And I couldn't find that one, The Roottree Legacy. To say they are as biased is a massive understatement. Below that, there's a long list of accomplishments and awards. Like his great-grandson, Carl Elias, was voted Watchman of the Year. So maybe if we go here, and we look for Elias. There we go. We've got something. 1936 for his accomplishment of rolling out 5 pieces to global market. Notes scans someone made of the cover have been added to your evidence. That's not going to help me, though. I don't think. Maybe. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. So, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 36. And a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside the article is a timeline of 5 pieces. 1908, Elias forms the Roottree Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During the period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. 1909, Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. 4 more follow, leading to... they don't tell me who the kids are. 1922, Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. 5 pieces are sold in some Pittsburgh markets. 5 pieces are rolled out in New England. The new recipe and flavor is finalized, and the candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores and other shops everywhere. The Roottree Candy Company purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for their global rollout. With the help of his son, Elias Roottree Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. The production is tripled and worldwide distribution begins. There's also a what's next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensure his company's legacy and that the Roottree Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the Clance Trust. Okay, so we know about that. Can I search this? Nothing. Nothing. Okay, oh, goodness gracious. That is not what I wanted to look at. I don't know. The Clance Trust. So, his 1 flavor per child. We know that. His daughter was the firstborn. So that's the question, right? So we did the sisters, oldest to youngest. Is this the same thing, oldest to youngest? So the daughter would be here. So that means Zach would be one of these two here. Zach doesn't have the same last name. So I'm going to say Zach might be over here. I mean, I feel like that might be correct. And he was the second president, I believe. I'm assuming. Because nobody up here wanted it. And he should have kept it in the family. So it goes on to the next gen. Here doesn't have the last name. So I'm thinking that. Do you guys agree or disagree? Oh, Spence, I just noticed that you got a 45 stream streak. I know that's been up there for a while, but I just saw it. So that's awesome. Good job. All right. So Zach, who did Zach? So that means Caroline. No, Caroline is maybe Caroline's this one. There, possibly. And then Stephanie would be here, I would assume. Stephanie Jones. I can't see. Actually, she was Stephanie Landon. And she married, what's his face, Jones. Is there not a Jones? Brian Jones, I believe. I'm assuming. I don't know if this is correct or not, but I feel like politician. Politics. I'm assuming that's right because her mom, I believe, was gay. I believe, and probably adopted her. So she was probably married and then got divorced and then I'm thinking somebody had triplets. Well, maybe not triplets. I know that there was somebody that had twins. So the daughter, if we look at the Thanks, Mike. I was just going for that. Thank you. So if we go for was it in this? Where was it? Trying to keep all this information straight is really bothersome too. There's no more left on this one. I don't think it fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. Including Sam. We don't know who Sam is. I'm thinking this might be Sam. But I don't know. Let's go back over here. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Gran had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches. Nothing adds up. Sam. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records, managed to confirm all three are on the books. What does that mean? Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside farmhands EC and John when he used to drive past an old Anderson farm on the way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records, managed to confirm all three are on the books. So Sam, EC, and John are all on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in, apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago. Eli must be a little kid. Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that's a... Well, no, not a child. Bike must be a motorcycle. Multiple reasons, but he seemed thrilled. Nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup. See, I'm thinking that either Elias had given into his wife. I'm thinking that his wife must have, maybe not Elias, but maybe his wife had an affair or did something out of wedlock, I'm thinking. And that's why Sam was brought in. But where does Sam go in? Sam comes in there. So, or maybe it's this one because somebody had a child out of wedlock, right? So it must be this child, this person here. We need to find, so the firstborn was a female. Where's the, what am I looking for? I'm looking for this. The firstborn was a female, so G, right? And then Elias Jr. So this one here would be Elias Jr. I'm assuming. Elias Jr. And then this one would be Gwendolyn. Maybe. Gwendolyn Roottree. It's the only G that would be a female. Right? And then who would be the other? So if we have GEC, let's go back to this. GEC, where is it at? Where? Hello? GECE, M, and then M. GEC, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. GECMM. So, Miracle. Oh, I do have her name there. Marguerite. Okay. I just don't have pictures of them. So we have Zach there. So Zach. So Gwendolyn married a Roottree. Who is Zach's dad? Who is Zach's dad? Zach. Let's go back here to this one. Company should stay, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5Ps. Not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had a very particular view when it comes to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if he ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. Only member who looks like he samples, but it doesn't say who his dad is. And James is... Let's go into... Because we have Caroline Morden. Her last name originally was Landon. So Landon, I'm assuming that Landon would be here. The other Landon would be here. And then this one would be something else. Zachariah had the last name of Morden. Who did he marry? Who did Gwendolyn marry? Gwendolyn married somebody, Morden. James? Are we thinking it's James Morden? Has to be James. James Morden. And Angie would be... Yeah, Angie has to be his sister. Angie. Or Angelica Roottree, possibly. Is there an Angelica Roottree? No, there's not. Stephanie Cottrell. Oh, wait a minute. She wouldn't have the same name. Angelica... Morden. Angelica Morden. There. I would assume, right? And then somebody had twins, and I believe it was probably Angelica had twins. I'm assuming. Okay. Angelica. Can I search Angelica? Maybe? Actually, let's go back here. Clancy. See, I don't know. Instead of ending up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. Okay. Not sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he is the one who volunteered. Clancy was one of her brothers. Instead of it going to Zach, instead it ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match Candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Okay. If it ever came up that a woman would take over, after all, Angie's older than Zach. Okay. I'm the oldest of... I'm the next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. Okay. I don't know what else. I know. I want to play Cat Meow. I want to play it. It looks super fun. An entry, a title dynasty. Focus on the day grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of Roottree. Meeting determined. Clancy told me it got quite heated. None of his sons wanted to take over. That's what he gets for holding it so long with architects, preachers, and lawyers. Nobody's got time for Candy, so none of his sons. Architect, preacher, and lawyer. Okay, so one of the sons is an architect. Elias Jr., I think, is the architect. Yeah. He was a preacher. Oh! Jeez Louise. That's good. I got somewhere. Okay, look, I got somewhere. Oh, interesting. And I put Stephanie in the right spot and Zachariah in the right spot. So that's good, right? Oh.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Okay. I guess I'm searching that. Search online for WRTD News. Okay, we can do that. WRTD. Okay, investigative jazz radio station. During their news segments, they have been talking about the plane crash. The most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed that there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to post the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottree curse being real, true thing." Oh, there's a curse? I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it. Oh my gosh. Good, I'm glad you feel better, Mike. Okay, so there was a curse. This is getting interesting. Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottree curse being real, a real true thing. Okay, so can we search for a curse? Oh, there's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottree Company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in '82, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth was 4-corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. What? The author of this site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff 75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looked quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottree Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29, 1996. The website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Okay. This is a lot of information. All right. We want to say, okay, so Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 82, and he was a president. So if we go over here, Guy was a president, but he was after him, right? See, I think what I'm doing is I'm getting confused with generation, because I would think, okay, well, he's fine, next generation. But he was a president and he was a president. So in between that, because we don't know, I think Guy was before. No, it went to him, and then Guy, and then Sam, right? No, Guy and then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Ernie Madsen Jr. Which one is that? Where's the Madsen branch? This is Morden. Where's the Madsen branch? Here? Is this the Madsen branch here? Oh, Jesus. Because it's not on this one. That's the Miracle people. We don't know who these guys are, and they were in Paris, so I don't think it has anything to do with them. And I don't even know if they're in the right position anyway. Clark Rafferty. Okay. Madsen here, maybe? Oh, Caroline. No, she's Morden. She's a Morden. Angelica Morden. Morden. Did Angelica marry a Madsen? And Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. would be... Ernie Jr. is a cousin of her, I believe. Oh, dear Lord. Right? Because I think she... Didn't Laura say that there was... Okay, let's go back here. Doesn't say anything about Ernie Jr. there. And I don't have the music on, guys, just so you know. I did look it up, and you can get... It's not copyright protected, so... First generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was next generation. Or was in this generation, next generation. There's still one more on this. Jacob died in final months of World War II. She was pregnant. Lauren never remarried, only had one child. Granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Cosell's. Pop. Clance Trust. Okay. Sam. Ernie Jr. Where did I see Ernie Jr. at? Do you guys remember? Clark's getting married to Danielle. Okay, we knew that. There's 14 on this. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing well. Good. Okay, so her sister... All right, so she had the twins. Angelica had the twins. So many names, I know. Okay, so Angelica had the twins. Remember that. Angelica had the twins. I know I can make notes. I know that there's a note thing on here. However, I'm not good with notes because if I just take information from one piece of paper and put it like a sentence from one piece of paper and put it over in a note section, I lose the context. So I need to see the whole thing. It's just the way my brain works. So, so these two are twins. So who are the twins? Can we, I think I searched Angelica Morden before. Held high. So Gwen got divorced. She even told us she might, so we can meet her kids. Free spirits, another family they call, end up on the streets. See this? I don't understand how this here has 14 clues in it, right? This page here has 3 clues in it. This one here has 14 effing clues. How? How is that possible? How is there 14 clues on this? Our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue passive knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived somewhere outside of Pennsylvania. What does that mean? What does that mean in what is this, I don't know when, 1964? She wrote this. So that would mean bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere outside of Pennsylvania. So an African American. So somebody. So one of her brothers married an African American, I would assume. Here? Possibly? But what brother? I mean, like, it doesn't say what her brothers' names are. Maybe one of her brothers is an Ernie? I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to use the duck again, but I might have to. It's based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. My cousin's doing well. Zach's not a bad president. His sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen. Okay. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. But that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. So Clancy is her brother. Carl is the son of Clancy. Yeah, okay. That goes down to them. So that's not any new information. Jeez Louise, Stacy. All right. The LaRues must have had. There's a couple of LaRues in the list, in the family list. We need to duck it again. I feel horrible we're ducking it. One of the diary entries offhandedly mentions a relative appearing in a publication. I bet you can track that article down. All right. So what? Okay. Let's see. See if we can find the article that they were talking about. Oh, well, that's probably that. The Clance Trust. Right? Notable. Starlet. We looked that up. No. Sam. No, that's all about that. So the only, I mean, is it telling me, like, because if the ducky is telling me stuff that I already know, that's, like, frustrating. Do you know what I mean? The only article that's mentioned is, or is the, Clance Trust. I mean, I could look that up again, but I don't know if that's going to help me. Yeah, it doesn't really help me. Clancid Trust. Each blood relative at birth and is accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been fully disclosed. Essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from a trust. I looked that one, RR, because RR was upset. Where's it at? This one. He was upset. RR attempted two arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock. And second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. So, out of wedlock, which is probably what this is all going to be here, right? Which we already kind of know. Sam was probably born out of wedlock. I'm assuming. That's where Sam goes. Sam could go over here. I have no freaking clue. You know, but I'm assuming that Sam is under this top secret thing. I know that Angelica's got twins, but I don't know who she married and who the twins are. I know that her mom is Caroline, but I can't, like, get a picture of her or anything. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm stuck. And I don't want to use the duck 40 million times. Like this here, like, what is this? Because I already looked that one up. So what else is on this page? What else is on this page that I can use? Because a life between wars is what we're looking at now. The notable Roottrees in the list is our evidence. She will be marked on the star. Okay. 65 and consists of diary entries that stretch between 40 and 65. That much of the diary. Loss of her husband Jacob. Jacob died in final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. She never remarried. You glean following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottree Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clance Trust. It's clear from the context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. Next generation, free spirits. This is frustrating. A life between wars, complaints. She gets to be in Starlet and tells how. Yeah, I looked up Starlet. Like, that's not helping me. Because I looked up Starlet. Magazine. Okay. Starlet. And if we look up, I don't know if that's how you spell. How do you spell Gwen? Jesus. I spelled it right. But see, like, it's just telling me to go through the stuff I already did. Yeah, I mean, that's already here. So, let's see if there's something you know. Most mentions were around the time of divorce from Wild. Okay, so she was married to Wild Bill Williams. All right, so Wild Bill Williams is also that's who we need to figure out who. Okay, Wild Bill Williams. Let's look over here. Wild Bill Williams. Search is broken into pages from your search on it. Wild Bill Williams was a leading man of some non-notable movies in the 50s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which has yet to be released for home audiences. You won't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and she was already aware of his reputation. Did you know Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France? He returned there often. What is Wild Bill's first, like, what's his real name? Alright, let's see. Fortune favors the grave. Doesn't tell me. You won't find any additional information about that film from the 50s. What if we look at Wild Bill? Okay. First mention was of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. All right, fantastic. We're getting somewhere. Walter Forsythe. There we go. So we got a name for the for her husband. Fantastic. Okay. The second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottree. An apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently, the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh, though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. So is there anything on here that I need more information of? So she had 2 kids. That's fine. What are her kids' names? Let's go back here. Hey, Aaron. Des is cooking on stream. Holy moly. Tell him not to burn anything for me, okay? Alright. So, are they going to have a Forsyth name or are they going to have a Roottree name? Thank you. Alright, Gwen Roottree. Can we find any more information about her? I don't know. Many times. Real name Walter Forsyth. Can we do Walter Forsyth? Walter Forsyth. It comes up with the same thing. Soldier's wife. Divorce. Arguing. Yeah, see, that's not really giving me any more information, so... Okay, good, Aaron. Okay, let's see what else we can look for. I must admit, seeing... She's first Roottree woman to anything other than... Okay, good, Aaron. Good, good, good. Girl with all the luck in the world is jealous to me, and now I have been undoubtedly burdened by a terrible tragedy. Can support me for an eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff, just like I do at Gwen. Okay. Starlet tells tales of how she gallivants around the world kissing the legs of Harrison Lane. Let's do Let's look for Harrison Lane. See if we can do that. Harrison Lane. Did I spell that right? I don't know if I did. No, Harrison Lane. Oops. Nothing. Nothing. Harrison Lane. Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roundtree woman, housewife. Okay. Can we search maybe Harrison Lane on this one? I'm not spelling that right. Harrison. Okay. Harrison Lane was a television actor. Guys Like Us and some other films. His largest role before Guys Like Us was as the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Did you know Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere? Seems like Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end, so... Interesting. So this is like a dead end. That's a dead end. Written in 1953, this entry seems to focus specifically on Gwen. Three younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. Aunt Margot even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. What a mess. But she just complained to her I was the lucky cousin. Why was she the lucky cousin? If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? Oh, goodness gracious. I really want to finish this game today, but I'm 2 hours in and I'm not any further than what I thought I would be. Ducky? Lauren Roottree mentions an old book of hers in one of her diary entries. Yeah, she does. Swashbuckle My Heart. Actually, public library. It was under her husband's name, right? No, I think she republished it. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Swash. Let me just copy this. Dagnabbit. Copy. Paste. Yeah, it's a different... It's under... What did she publish it under? Jones, right? Was her last name? Lauren Jones, I believe. Nothing. Okay. Yeah, so, like, why does it want me to search that? Is that the only book based on the pirate stories I invented with Jacob when we were walking? Is Jones was the original name, right? Wasn't it? Jones? No, it's Rafferty. I'm an idiot. Rafferty. I don't know why I was thinking Jones. Jones was the other one. Rafferty. Out of print. No copies available. Re-released as X Marks the Spot. X marks the spot under, there we go, 74, romance according to the back of the book. This is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottree and from the author of the Court series. It also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Rootree's next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 years later in 75. Huh. All right. Okay, let's look at this. Oh my god, just give me something. Stop it. There we go. Copy. Oops, not space. Oh, here we go. I got something. Nonfiction. This is a version of Lauren Roottree's diary released in 75. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects. The death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other pages. Okay, so we got something brand new, finally. Revisiting the diary 10 years later. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottree had died, and during the reading of this, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottree. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. So Sam is a woman, Samantha. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Oh. Patricia Christensen. Patricia was the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as E.C. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr., and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottree in the first place, even though she was not part of the clan's trust. He wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry, Sam. Okay. Patricia. What was it? Patricia what? Christensen. There we go. And then Sam. It's not Sam Cattrall. It's Samantha. Roottree. Not a preacher. She was a president, right? The third president? No. Was she? No. What was Sam? We don't know. I don't think we know what Sam was yet. But Elias Jr. What was Elias Jr.? The architect, right? I think he was the architect. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. Because all the women before Gwen were housewives. So she was a housewife as well, Gwendolyn. Okay. All right. So now we know Elias Jr. and Patricia. Don't we have a picture? Let's go here to new warehouse that Elias Jr. designed. Only 5 pieces. They posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. So if this was Clancy, this one here, this is Miracle. So this has got to be Eli Jr., I'm assuming. He's content galore. That's awesome. All right. So that means I think Margolite. That's such a weird name, Margolite. I think this is or maybe this one is Margot and this one. There's got to be another picture. Is it this one maybe? No, they include Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., which we don't know. I don't remember which one Ernie Jr. is. Maybe this one. Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim, and Eli. I don't know which ones are which. This one here. I'm just trying to get pictures at this point. Okay, Grandma insisted we include Sam. Even if we didn't want to, none of us understood why including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge after all these years. So Sam could have been this one. It's one of the girls. Maybe this one's Sam. No, that looks too much older. Maybe Sam's the blonde. Let's see. They were in the middle. Outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together right here. So we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in and behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Okay. This is her brothers, I believe. Here. And then Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why including Sam. I also don't think it's fair that Miracle made it in, since he's a 5-piece. So is this Sam here maybe? That might be Sam. If that's Sam, I do have that picture already. there. I don't know if that's correct, but it could be her. Because Elias, I'm pretty sure that's Elias. And I don't know Marguerite. I don't know which one Marguerite, or if I look at the original, I'm not sure which one Marguerite is. I mean, maybe based on the kids, we could probably figure it out. Mr. Morden with Aunt Gwendolyn. Posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Moore. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later they never even took a second photo. Did I do this wrong? Maybe. This is Aunt Gwendolyn? Possibly? Because they never took another photo. Oh. Look at this. Maybe I have the wrong person as Sam. This might be Aunt Gwendolyn. No, because this was... No, this is the 5. This is the original 5. I don't know. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Okay, let's go back to this one here. Elias and Patricia. So we know that. Let's look up Patricia Christensen, local steel mogul. They don't really have... Patsy. They made Patsy marry somebody else, right? And then she came back? No? I know, Spencer, but we're trying. I saw you put this on your wish list. We're trying. I really want to finish this today, but I don't know if I could do it in 2 hours unless I really hurry up. And I've used the duck a lot today, and I don't necessarily want to do it. The new diary opens. Explosive. Lauren's diary. Elias Roottree had died, and during the reading of this, there was an audible gasp. Certain name, Samantha Roottree. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, Sam and her children, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to the farm, to run the farm, and any and all decisions related to the farm. Okay, to the farm. The scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam, that she had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was illegitimate daughter of Elias and Patricia. Patricia and Eli harbored a secret romance at 16. She became pregnant after the birth. Her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby Samantha was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away from local farmhand known as E.C. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that almost. None of the next gens had ever heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. Patsy's husband died. She reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottree in the first place. Even though she was not part of the clan's trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That's what led to her initial entry. Okay. I don't know what else there is there. So we're trying to, you will fully understand. It's just a messed up family tree. And initially what we're supposed to be doing is finding out the true blood relatives of the original Rootrees, right? That's all we're supposed to be doing. We don't know who commissioned us to do this because they've come to the door and they're all shadowed out. So we don't know who commissioned us to do it. We're just trying to figure out who is the true bloodline. In the meantime, we're finding out all this drama, all this crazy stuff. There's some sort of curse, they think, and, it's just a lot of drama. It's a lot of drama. But the main story is we're trying to figure out the bloodline. It's just, I don't understand 2 more clues. Like, this is where I'm getting tripped up, because this here tells you how many clues are left on this page. And I don't know what the clues are, other than maybe Patricia, like maybe Steel Mogul, Patricia Christensen. So maybe we look up Christensen. How do we spell that? Might help if I knew. Let's look up Christensen Steel, maybe. Ah. 2 more. 2 more what? Hours? Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. Oh, 2 more clues. Yeah, just for this page alone. I haven't even looked at the other pages in this one yet. See, like, this one's got 3, this one's got 4, this one's got 3, this one's got none. I need to read all of them, but right now we're going to do this. Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find that it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles, but after that they went out of business. Christensen Steel and Patricia Christensen both are mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. All right, so let's look that book up. Copy. Tina Angelina. Tina Angelina. There we go. We got something. It's a nonfiction. This book is a historical. This is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your pages. Okay, so where's that at? Over here. Oh, Lord. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and CH were the first 2 letters of her last name. And Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that the letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to invoke imaginary imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such a beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin, not tin. Left an outcast, forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable was a happy ending, has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptid parts of that mean. It's just talking about her daughter Sam is basically what it is, but there's no clues here, so it doesn't really mean anything. There's still two. Why is there still two? Can we... let's see. What else? EC. I don't know who EC would be. Because we know that it's on the Abernathy farm. I know, there's still two. The Abernathy farm, I think it's Abernathy. Abernathy farm. Is it Abernathy farm? No. What is it? Anderson farm. I don't know why I was thinking Abernathy. Anderson farm. So there's an EC. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Anderson had no brothers. So as the oldest, she had no brothers. So as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm. So as long as she married. She had no brothers. So she had another sister, which is fine. Or other sisters. We knew that. Does not mention anything about the people who worked on the farm. Can I search this? Copy. It's still the same. Okay, so I don't know what it would be on here. File featuring new insights, additional thoughts, and okay, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure this all out. Let's go on to the next one. Sam. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 75 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It's a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children... Ernie and the kids. Lucky to have her, and the children seem eager to help the family in their own way. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It has been a long, long time since any real Roottree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Okay. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Sam. Ernie and the kids. So did Ernie have multiple kids? No, that's Elias. Who's Ernie? What the... Ernie... Ernie must be... maybe her brother? Ernie and the kids. Who's the other Ernie? Ernie and the kids. Maybe it's one of these under Angelica, Ernie and the kids. Or maybe it's under Zach. If Zach's teaching him stuff. Ernie and the kids. I'm thinking Ernie might be under here. Ernie. But who is Ernie? Is it Ernie and the kids? Ernie. I mean, there's some Ernest Juniors here. Ernest Madston Jr. So maybe it's Ernie Madsen? But he's a Morden. Oh, dear Lord. Is there other Ernies? I need more information. Clearly. Okay, Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any of the real Roottree was excited, interesting. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. I'm so confused. Gwyneth, I'm most ashamed of is not figuring out all myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. So she's got kids that have glasses. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operation would pass to Samantha Roottree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and it was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Okay. I don't know what these clues are other than, like, who is EC? Do you know what I mean? Who is EC? And she's got an adoptive grandfather? Green thumb of her... Gwyneth? So Gwyneth might be one of Sam's kids? Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family on their own ways. So her kids here, I would assume. Who is she married to? Ernie and the kids. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help with the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Roottree was excited and interested in the actual candy. As a bonus, Gwyneth has green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. I don't get that. I'm so confused with that. All right, let's move on. I can't hover. I can't hover on it. You know what I mean? This page is additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It's a companion piece to the entry about her son, Clark. Reading this back, I get deja vu as I write this addendum. Clark's gotten married again. No Roottree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Startlet. But neither of us ever took a second husband. So, yeah. So her sons get married again. Clark is getting married, or did get married again. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I could say for Clancy or Edward. So it must be Eli C., Clancy, and Edward are her brothers. Eli C. But we don't know which. Is Edward James's father? Let's put Edward there and Eli C. there, maybe. And if we have to move them around, we will. Eli C. there. I don't know if Edward is James's dad or not. We're going to have to figure this out. EC could be Eli, maybe. I mean, it could be. Let's see here. If we go to from the earlier file, yeah, EC. If we look at men, we have Edward, Elias, EC, Elias C is a Roottree though. I don't think an EC could be Eli now that I think about it, because he's a Roottree. And they're talking about EC being on the farm, like a helper on the Anderson farm. So I'm thinking that EC might be somebody else. You know what I mean? Unless, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Let's go back over here. So he's going to be marrying James. Okay, let's go back up here. Reading this back. Okay, with the world moving, the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable somebody in this family would remarry. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped more than I could say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Okay, so EC. All right. We're going to switch this. This is EC, and then this would be Edward here. Edward. EC and Edward. Because he said raised Jim. So, yeah. Practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seemed fine, and Jim's marriage seemed solid as a rock, pun intended. So who knows what causes these things? Yeah, because he was the musician. And there was a song called Solid as a Rock, just so you know. I think it was a disco song, too. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out of the band. Interesting. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio, but still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. So Jane, so if we go down here, Jane, but Jane who? Is there more than one Jane? Jane LaRue? Oh. He is a musician. All right. We're going to put Jane there, which is part of this LaRue family. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because these two... Yeah. I'm thinking it's LaRue. Because if you look at this here, not that one. Where is it at? This here. This is C and Jane. So Clark and Jane and Jim and Diamond, or whatever her name is, they did this song together. So I'm assuming that this is probably Jane. I don't want to take this picture though. I don't want to click on that because I mean that is totally not great for her face. But we'll do it anyway, I guess. I'm assuming that's her. I could be wrong. I'm assuming that Diamond is... I don't know which one Diamond is. Let's see. Maybe that one. I mean, Diamond could be her, but I don't think so. And then him there. Stupid pictures, I know. Your brain is already gone. No, we haven't figured out who the EC is yet, Mike. We know who Eli C is, but we don't know who EC is. All right, so let's go back over here. All right, that was Jane. Okay. All right. Now this one is not a companion piece to any specific entry, but addresses feedback. The biggest complaint I got after publishing... Is there an Edward Clancy? I don't know. We can look. I don't think so. No. See, under the men, there's not. There's not anybody with a C as a last name. So, I mean, yeah, maybe it's EC Roottree. I don't know, but there's no mention. She's writing a diary. So if it was her brother who was EC, I think that maybe she would say that he was working on the farm. I would assume. There's an Edward Clancy Roottree. Or a Clancy Edward, but that's her dad. Her dad was Clancy Edward, from what I remember. Yeah, her dad's Clancy Edward. So, Elias C, I'm thinking... I don't think he worked on... Elias C was James's dad. So, I don't know who the EC is yet. We haven't figured that one out. Alright, we need to go back to this one. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it. There are 4 Elis, for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became known as Uncle Junior, or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. Okay. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window, I think. Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Women, why is that a question mark? I think Gwendolyn, oh, because she does it, she's not sure. Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Caroline was Elias's mother. Do I have that? Elias. Okay. There's an Elias Jr. Okay. No, never mind. I know where I'm at. I understand now. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's why there's no female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottree. I had to break the news that they got my father's name backwards. Okay. These are all like, nah. Like, how is there 3 clues in this? Do you know what I mean? I mean, unless it's because they're referencing Uncle Junior, Miracles Eli, or Eli C, but we already know who those people are. You know what I mean? We've got Uncle Eli. Oh, goodness gracious, Stacy. We've got Uncle Eli. We got Eli Jr., right? Or Uncle Jr. We've got Miracles Eli, which is over here. And then we've got Eli Jr. or Eli C, which is her brother, right? Uncle Jr., Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Yeah. So this is Eli C. That's her brother. Miracles Eli is over here. And then Uncle Jr. is the mother or the father of Sam. Okay. So I don't understand what these 3 clues would be. Believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Gwyneth and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. So Gwyneth was the grandmother, and Caroline, who she thinks was Elias's mother, because they basically cut them out of the family tree. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as generations went on. I guess that's why there's no female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. I remember once receiving certified mail. Okay, can I search this? If she got a certified mail for her father, but it was different, there might be Edward Clancy Roottree. There might be Mike. EC might be some weird thing too. It's possible, right? Nothing. Okay, that's fine. We at least looked. All right. I don't know where the three clues are. This is a page re-release. It's not a companion piece. A fun bonus. All right. Apparently, this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and I yelled at her, and Pop said, "Treat her nice." Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." What? She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me. And lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, don't worry, I'm glad she is gone. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Said that Pop was her dad. Your Pop is my dad. There's been no indication that he had an affair anywhere. I mean, he's locked in. She's locked in. Maybe she got mistaken. Maybe it was Samantha, and she thought that he was her dad when it was him that was her dad. I don't know. Okay. So we still have 2 on this one. Illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia. She had been told her parents died. Samantha Roottree. Did I look for Samantha Roottree online? Let's do this. I don't remember if I did or not. Nothing. But she was told that they died. Do you think that she had a different last name before she became a Roottree? Do you think that she was like a Christensen? No. Because the Roottrees took her. The Christensen didn't. Patricia. Secret. See, the farmhand. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. We don't know who EC is. Somebody Christensen. Local farmhand known as EC. I'm assuming maybe Christensen. Is there somebody named Christensen that's a man? No. There's a Miracle the Third. What the hell? See, the thing is that there's no men with EC. Unless you're right, and it is like an Elias C. But he wouldn't have been a man then. Because Elias C., being Lauren's brother and James's dad, we don't know what kind of job he had, but he helped raise her son. So I don't know of another EC. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I have this picture there. Let's see. Samantha, we don't know who she got married to. We still don't know. We know that this is correct here with Stephanie. And we know that her mom was Caroline Morden. And I'm assuming that she had to be the daughter of Zachariah and whoever his wife was. We also know that Angelica had twins. So these guys here are going to be twins. But we don't know anything about them. Like, I'm so confused in the sense of what else? Like, this here, finally, we don't have anything left. We did have a thing there that it was still on there. I still have 10 clues for this. 10 clues from this little piece of paper. How is that possible? How is that even possible? There's nothing here, right? Nothing I can see. I don't think you can flip it over. You can't. You can move it. But there's nothing here on this picture that I can see. But there's 10 clues in this little freaking thing. What? We know that CM is her mom. And we know that she talked to Carl. She asked Carl to ask his daughters, the 3 girls that started this whole thing, the Roottree sisters, to use publicity, wanted to, have them put out a statement to support Stephanie because of their publicity. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. So she apparently had conflicts with Carl. Something like that. That's not what I want to do. I keep trying to, Stephanie may have grown up in unconventional family. And when I had searched her mom was, did something for the LGBT or whatever community. Butler County Times about her campaign. And we already looked that up. If we go back to this and we look up Stephanie Jones, she was born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to Brian Jones, excuse me. She grew up without a father. Her mother had a partner. Her mother had a partner, a female partner. So she took on the other female's last name, I assume. Her mother, Caroline, a local artist, who's appeared on the front page of the County Times. So it's Caroline Morden. So we can search for Caroline Morden. And what she was on the County Times before. I don't know if I searched that last time. I guess not. You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. There's mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying by the story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned Caroline standing next to her sculpture Atlantis Burden. This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book. Oh my God, there's book. Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote further down, Atlantis's burden is meant to symbolize society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Okay, so let's go and look at this. All right, so there's her mom. There's 7 clues to this. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Let's go ahead and put this here. There we go. Thank you very much. All right. I feel like these 2 pictures, I have them wrong, possibly. We'll see. And then she was a artist. Okay. Now, she also... we need to look up the book. Self-Portrait Art and Beauty of Women. Okay. That one. Copy. Public library. Caroline Morden. All right. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. It's dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. So Eloise was her current wife, which I'm going to say is there, Eloise. And we don't know who Eloise's last name is. Eloise. Okay. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits of different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Gwendolyn, okay, sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie. So she had a sister, Gwendolyn Morden. I'm assuming Gwendolyn Morden. And a cousin Bonnie, did it say? Cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for bored men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson, whose last name is Wilson, who's a man. Oh. Jem, Jason, Steven, Zach. We don't even know. We don't even know. All right. So we don't know who Gwendolyn, what she was doing. Their marriages led to her double down on her passions, art and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which is an overcorrection. What man did she marry? She comes out strongly against the Roottree Company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to the policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only thing he ever gave her was a daughter, leaving them all behind for good, has pushed to pursue her loves, art, and the beauty of women. Okay, so this was Mark Landon. Mark Landon. We're getting somewhere, guys. We're getting somewhere. We've got her husband, who is Stephanie's father. And we've got Eloise, who she dedicated her book to, which probably adopted her. So I feel like that is fulfilled. I feel like this is good. All right. What else do we need? So she pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. Okay. Her brother-in-law is Dr. Wilson. So I don't know how to find that out. Okay. Brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who was married to Gwendolyn Morden. But we don't know which Wilson it is. Okay. She was one of the youngest in generation. Gwendolyn. Cousin Bonnie. So Bonnie. Gwendolyn. Boring man and Dr. Wilson. Gwendolyn was married to Dr. Wilson. Completely bogus. Dr. Wilson. Gwendolyn Morden, Dr. Wilson. So one of these guys, one of the Wilsons is the father, because she had 3 kids. So one of the Wilsons is the father, and then the other 3 are the kids. Zach Wilson, maybe? No, I don't want to say Zach. Who would Dr. Wilson be? Can we search for Dr. Wilson dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie? Can we... This has 7 more clues. Atlantis's burden. Can we look up Atlantis's burden? Spider search. Nothing? Really? No. Okay. That's fine. Oh, I spelled burden wrong. Okay. Symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. We know that she, like, was... I mean, she did, like... Is it Landon or Landon? Oh no, it was Morden. I'm a dumb. Okay, and then we did. She seems to be associated with P flag, which is what we looked up last time. P flag. Oops, P flag. Parents and friends of lesbians and gays. Nothing. Go back. Public library. Periodicals. Can we do... I know that I looked somewhere and got information on the P flag before, but I don't remember where I got it from. Just this. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. But it's not really I can do anything with. Why is it like sometimes it'll copy and sometimes it won't? Like, that's annoying. Let's go over here. Nothing. Okay. That's fine. We looked up the book. What else is there? What else is there? Seven. Yeah, 7 clues. Exactly. I'm like, I don't get it. Let's duck it. Let's duck it. What does this have to do with musicians? We already looked up musicians. Yeah, we know that. I already did all that. Like, it's just telling me the same stuff over again. Jim goes into his first band. Diamond were C and J and D with my cousin and his ex. His cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actual sisters, so the four of us had sort of cutesy family band thing going on, not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded, no more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I was trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer Tunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's how my father was connected to Roottree. That's also how my father was connected to Roottree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls all over the player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. All right, so wait a minute. Clark was... Okay. That's right, because he split up, and then he went for the other LaRue. So Jane... And then Kim. Such ridiculousness. He went through all the sisters. All right, so, and then Diamond had her sisters. They have 2 kids somewhere. So him and Jane had a sister, or had a daughter, maybe, possibly. I'm still trying to figure out where November fits in, because I feel like November is Stephanie's daughter, but it might be these guys. Let me look further into this. Let's see. Raffer Tunes. Let's look up Raffer Tunes. Copy. I got something. A website called About Raffer Tunes. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. On it, there is an About page, and you find a picture labeled The Inspiration of the Famous Super Bowl Ad Campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for a picture, he had the idea for the Roottree Super Bowl ad. The photo is now on your evidence. Oh, dear Lord. He looks horrible. Okay, so... Inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait. Okay, Katrina is his youngest. Katrina is his youngest. So he had an illegitimate kid too, because I'm assuming that Kim is his current wife. So if we put her here, I don't know if this is right or not. Let's move him to... Actually, that might not be right. Move her there. there, and then the other child is here. I don't know if this picture's right or not. The spouse was right. Is he still considered a musician? Or is he into advertising now? There we go, advertising. I just needed to change his job. We got it. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Oh, look at all those ones I locked. Nice. Sweet. There's 50 blood relatives, by the way, and I've only got 18. There's no way I'm finishing this tonight. No way. I don't want to wait till next week. I'll forget everything. I might have to do 2 streams tomorrow. Alright. Let's answer the phone.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it. But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottree. I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
I gotta get 15 more. Alright, guys, we need to buckle down. We need to buckle down. Alright, I need to look for, I think, the Roottree Super Bowl ad. I think that's what I need to look for. Roottree. Alright, Maple's Super Bowl commercial from 1994 has a family bickering in a department store, and the father bites into a Roottree Maple Crisp. Time stops and a jingle plays while he dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store become Roottree candy. For example, a bed that the father collapses onto becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle, Need the Rest, went on to be featured in other commercials with other scenarios. Okay, let's do this. Copy. Would it be public library? No, it'd be periodicals. I believe. Nothing. Okay. History. This one here. Let's see if there's more stuff here. Roland is like that, but it wasn't my goal when he called me up. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Old ad campaigns. Okay. Let's do... Can we copy this? No. Maybe... No. Damn it. Maybe this? No. Alright. Okay. Look at this. Look at this craziness. Alright. We still have one that needs to be from this. Aunt Margot. I never had that. And I hope she'd be the sister I never had, and I'd do the same for her. Even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. So her... Okay. That's what I think I need to do. All right, come back over here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Grab this. Go here. Go here. Go here. There. And she was married to... Who was... She was raised without a father, right? Gwen was raised without a father? Who was she married to? Who was Marguerite married to? It don't end. Who is Marguerite married to? Gwen's father. We need to know Gwen's father. Aunt Margot. Doesn't really say anything about her. Let's go back here. Got old films. We know that. We know that that's Gwen. Okay. I need to know who who Gwen's father was. This is Gwen and her two sons. Was there anything about Gwen that... I mean, I don't need to know who her father is. I just want to know who her father is. Gwen... biggest role, Guys Like Us. Was the granddaughter, founder of Roottree Corporation. But her that's who took her mother's name. I remembered that somebody's father took their mother's name. But we don't know who her father was, like his first name. We just know he's a Roottree. Is there a Roottree I have not used yet? Is that even a question I can answer? Carl? Jack? Jack seems like somebody. Or do you think it's one of the R's? Do you think it's... Because remember, there was somebody who was a RR that was doing... That tried to do a lawsuit? Do you think it was a Robert or a Ronald? Like, I don't know... What could be the possible thing that's here? Okay. She's the first Roottree woman with anything other than a housewife, and I'm jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by my terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born in a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise my child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff, just like I do at Gwen. So Gwen was jealous of her, and she was jealous of Gwen. She gets to be in Starlit. And I am jealous. If I were not a single, but I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. What a mess. but she just complained to her I was the lucky cousin. Complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers. I don't get it. I'm lost. There's a tangent in James Rootree's spider search that is worth investigating. A tangent in James Rootree's spider search. Okay. A tangent. Rolling on down the city. Often sings. Diamond is considered by fans to be the lead singer. The band never had any hits. Diamond Dazzlers. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music for the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sounds of Laughter. He's become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 96. Okay, so there's a tangent. There's a tangent. That doesn't make any sense. A tangent means like somebody like going crazy, right? Can we look at Sounds of Laughter, maybe? I don't know. You can't even find a picture of the cover. It doesn't appear to have been very successful, and reviews seem middling even from fans. Some basic liner notes exist on a Jim Roottree fan page, and it states that the lyrics and guitar are credited to Jim Roottree and the vocals are credited to Diamond LaRue. Okay. And then what about Cherry Tree? I don't think there was anything in Cherry Tree that I could remember. Oh my gosh. Nothing. Okay. Or out is it an album? There we go. An album by Jim and Diamond released in 1995. It wasn't professionally reviewed, though diehard fans of Jim and Diamond online say it was a return to form. The CD was apparently so hard to find in stores that some fans have resorted to selling cassette bootlegs of it. There's a music commerce website that claims to sell the album, but it is sold out at the moment. You do find a short sample of one song called Sun. You add it to your evidence. We're not listening to it because we can't. Cherry Tree. Yeah, we can't listen to it because everything has the potential of being copyrighted, so Cherry Tree is an album by Jim and Diamond, and one of the songs is called Sun. The website you found it on did not have a full version, but you managed to find a short preview of the song's chorus. Jim sings the following. There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone, from her starting days imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd depart, in part I'd never be alone. In my heart, I'll always be the son of... What? What? The hell does any of that mean? The hell does that mean? In my heart, I'll always be the son of what? Of what does that mean? That doesn't make any damn sense, does it? Oh my dear Lord. All right, go back to that. Public appearance since 1996. I think I looked up Diamond as well. I'm pretty sure I looked up Diamond LaRue because that's how I got her picture. Yeah. Band's lead singer. Folksia Cusick. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't really do anything for me. It's the same thing we just had. Can we do... I think I looked this up before too. Yeah, it's all the same crap. Okay. Not helping me whatsoever. There's still one under Watchman of the Year. I don't see advertising campaigns on the back of this wall. I just see the pictures that were on the wall that I have. Ongoing coverage of who's in the corporate world. Carl Roottree grabs life by the roots. Yeah, we already... I don't need that. Did not want that to happen. December 1987. Chosen not for his work. So he was... Brenda, 82. Root always comes with a period. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. was his second cousin. Ernie Jr. was the second cousin. So Carl is here. Ernie Jr. was his second cousin. So I would assume second cousin, right? So if they're in, here we go again. If they're in this realm, that's a first cousin. So second cousin would be over here. So do we have an Ernie Jr.? Where would an Ernie Jr. be? Where Ernie... Is there a Morden? Ernie Jr. would be a second cousin, which would be over here. Maybe Samantha had an Ernie. Oh my god, I'm so confused. I mean, Angelica had the twins, but you wouldn't have a junior if you had twins, right? And I don't know. Ernie is... What is Ernie? What's it called? A nickname for? Ernest. So Ernest Madsen. Ernie Jr. Who are the Madsens? Maybe Angelica. Angelica, she had the twins. These are the Mordens. Did Samantha marry a Madsen? Because Samantha would be... That would make a second cousin there if it was under Samantha. These guys here, I don't know their names yet of her Gwen's sons. And we have Miracle and Miracle, Elias. I don't know. But Ernie's have to be... Don't we have an Ernie Jr. in here? No? Aunt Margot. Clancy. Sam. That's where they talk about Sam. Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. Okay. We've got that. EC and John. That's got to be what that locked envelope is. Eli. You know what I mean? Because this here, if you look at this, it says you can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, having been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic to try and keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. So this has got to be EC and John in here. But we cannot get to that until we fill out this entire tree. I'm going to have to do another stream on this. I'm not hating it. But that just means that we're not going to get back to it until next week. Because I've got other stuff planned for the rest of the week, you know? Alright, let's do one more ducky, because I don't know what we should look into his band's fans. Make sure you spelled everything right. Copy paste is your friend. Okay. Spider search. Let's see what we've got. Spider shirt, the Diamond Dazzlers. I think we already looked at that before. I guess not. Oh, we've got a wolf. Diamond Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You'll find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out Christmas cards every year to Diamond Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 includes pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. All right, so we have something now. Oh, look at little Mr. Wolf there. Okay. 2 years ago, listening to his parents' latest music. So Wolf is their youngest son. Where are they at? Okay. Wolf, we're going to go here. This is Wolf. Wolf Roottree. And we don't know. He's just a kid. Right? Just a child. I don't think there's anything to go with him, right? Student, yeah. We'll just say he's a student. And then the Floozies. We need to look up the Floozies. Goodness gracious. The Floozies. Copy. The Floozies. Alright. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive. And not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They were probably losing a fortune. The reviewer also said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely ever to listen to any of it again except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There's no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover of the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. Okay. Candy, Nikki, and Nina. Candy, Nikki, and Nina. Alright, let's go over here. Candy, Nikki, and Nina. So we've got a Candy Roottree. We don't have a Nikki and Nina. So we're gonna go with that's Candy, and she's a musician. Oh look, I did it. I did 3 more. Aren't you guys proud of me? We got Candy, Wolf, and Margolite. Finally got the correct pictures there. Fantastic. Okay. All right. We're getting there. How many more do we have to go? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. These two I'm not sure is right, and these two I'm not sure is right. Like, the order. Because I don't know their names either, so. Alright, so where are we going now with this? We still don't know what Elias looks like, the next gen. Can we figure out the next gen? Oh, this has one more clue. Candy, Nikki, Nina. Interesting. Okay, so hey Des, how you doing? How you doing? So there's still one more. Nikki and Nina. Just watching YouTube. Nice, nice. Alright. Beef Baby. Can we search that? You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your curiosity if only you had time or resources to look into it further. If only you had the time or resources to look into it further. I do. What? A euphemism, Beef Baby, or about a newborn cow. Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. What? That doesn't make any damn sense. Nikki, Nina, Candy. Nikki, Nina, Candy. I'm doing good, Des. I'm doing good. I really thought that I would have gotten through this already, but I have not. Excuse me. Looks like we're going to have to wait until next week to get this done because I've only got a half hour left and I don't think I can figure this out in that amount of time. Maybe, what was the names? Nikki and... Do you think that maybe they were mad at Wolf? What was it? Nikki and... That's not helping me. Nikki and Nina? Nikki and Nina? Conquistador. Conquistador. I don't know what in the hell that would be about. Conquistador. This one still has one. Miracle berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try to say that 15 more times. Modern candy for a modern society. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, CE, cinnamon extract. See, we already figured these out. I would assume. Because we've got all of the kids, we just don't have their pictures. Found this advertisement in the Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. It's from 6 years after the debut. 1928. GE. I don't know. I don't know what this would be. This here is driving me Bananarama. 5 pieces ad, 1928. This one still has one more left on it. Jim and Diamond. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet. Peter Yanovich. I already looked that up. All of that. Not gonna listen. I mean, we could play it in the background, but I have the music off because I did look it up, and it's some of it is like, even though they haven't protested it, some of it there is copyright issues. So I don't know what this would be because I already looked up this. Oh, I did get rid of the complaints thing, it looks like. Finally. We were looking at that. This one here. Clark's getting married. We already know that. Free spirit. My brothers all seemed to pursue passive knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere outside of Pennsylvania. That's what's throwing me off. Like, I feel like that is like something that is very telling. Would this be November here? No, because it wouldn't be this gen, right? I mean, maybe it would be. Would this be November here? I don't think November would be on this line here. I think she was much younger. I think she was much, much younger. Why is this in red? I just noticed this was in red tape there. That's interesting. This whole thing here. Are they not considered Roottrees? I don't know. Um, are these the bad boys? Elias. Elias C. And I can't, like, these guys are not searchable. I could try again, but they're just not. Yeah, see, it doesn't even pop up. Ducky. A sitcom? All right, let's go back to the Teen Blast interview. We could try. I feel so horrible because we're using the ducky so much. Did I not? Oh, I spelled her name wrong. Okay. Raina. Goodness gracious. Didn't we search Raina Roottree on this? I'm sure we did. I am absolutely sure we did. Okay. Maple crisps. Okay, well, wait a minute here. What did the ducky say? Rena's interview. Okay, let's go back. Oh, dear Lord, Stacy. This one here. Brother Trouble. Is that the... Okay, let's look this up. Nothing. Oh, because I can't spell. Two 16-year-old brothers, same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising two boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottree. The show had strong ratings, though, through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst the teenage girl demographic. However, it was canceled in 1991, midway through the second season, due to a significant drop-off in ratings. Okay, so can we look up Ron? I thought we tried looking him up. Small screen director and the head of RR Productions. That is RR. Ron Roottree is the one who did that lawsuit. The show was canceled. Okay, so RR Productions. Copy. Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors about R&R Production, Ron and Robbie Roottree. Are they the twins? Hmm. How can I search that? Usenet? Back. Usenet board. Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors about R&R Productions, Ron and Robbie Roottree. Okay, so how can I, like, are they twins? In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called Why Was Brother Trouble Canceled? One user speculates, I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Another person replied, maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottree in Silver Screen magazine. There's a link to some kind of article, but it appears to be dead. Okay, Robbie Roottree, Silver Screen magazine. No. Okay. Hmm. Yes, I meant that. Did I spelled it? Oh. Okay. I'm like, did I freaking spell it wrong? All right, we got something. Writing, directing, costuming, set design, film production, and other film. And from 83 to 93, bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago. The website now redirects to the new magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. Okay. Small Rumors article from 1992 that claims that self-taught television screenwriter Robbie Roottree was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Then he fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist that this is all very much allegedly assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving a Robert Roottree around the time that Brother Trouble was canceled. The only thing is that I'm thinking that Robert and the R&Rs are these guys here. That's what I'm thinking. But I don't know if they would have the Roottree last name. The only other way it would be the twins over here, which is possible. But the reason that I'm thinking that it's these two, her kids, is because they're already in the business. Do you know what I mean? That's why I was thinking it was these guys. Um, but I don't know if that's true or not. These guys here, this photo was attached from your, has a note attached from the employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damper pictures of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. See, he was in film school. I'm thinking it's these two here. I'm thinking that this is, one of them is, these are the R&Rs. So if we go back, Robbie and Ron. Robert and Ron. But which one's the oldest one? I'm thinking that, like I said, I'm thinking that okay, I'm thinking that the older one might be Ron. And the younger one might be Robbie. Or Robert. I'm thinking. And they were... they were... What would you call... What kind of job would you call them? Media? Mogul? No. Screenwriter? I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's right. I could be right. But I don't, excuse me, I don't know how to look it up more. Trial involved Robert. Okay, let's do this. Copy. Yeah, nothing. Nothing. Okay, okay. We still have 7 things in here. Other people in my family also made the Roottree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice. I work with my mom. I wanted to model. Grandpa passed away. Who is that blonde? You're a goofball. That is Raina. Raina Roottree. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He always told me that history was Her grandpa was a college professor. Do I have that set up like that? Her grandpa. Yeah, I do have it set up. I just don't have a picture of him. Clancy Jr. I just don't have a picture of Clancy Jr. Instead he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that they had to read in school. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we managed to accomplish. Where are these 7 things? Okay, we looked at Brother Trouble. Didn't I go through all of that? We know who TMS is. That was her husband. We already looked that up a couple of times. Win a trip to the set of a new movie. Also, how to know if he's interested. We could look up TMS again, but I don't know if that's going to really give us anything that we need. Teen Blast. A record of 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble and the issues he wasn't on the cover. He was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article. And besides the fact that he was married to Raina, the only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996, about 8 months before their marriage, is called "Is TMS Dating a Roottree?" It says, at a recent autograph signing, TMS told a Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently, the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year. And at this time, TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say: she's incredible. She came to a party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger, and I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now. When our Teen Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was, TMS refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show. And get this, Ron is a distant relative of the Roottree sisters. All right, so we now know that this is Ron. I was right. Penelope. Oh, I got them in the right order. Penelope. We don't know what Penelope's last name is. Let's just Penelope Tessa Green. Okay. And then they had some kids. All right, we need to go back to this. Did we get a picture? I can't remember. Does not look like we got a picture. I thought we got a picture when we did that, but we did not. He was on a couple of issues. Okay. TMS's mom. Ron is a distant relative of the Roottree sisters. Can we look up Penelope? What is it? Penelope Tessa. What's her face? Penelope Tessa Green. Let's go here. I'm going to do one more search before we stop. Penelope Tessa Green. Isn't that right? And oh, I spelt her name wrong, didn't I? Yeah, there's a E on the end of it. I think that's right. There we go. Yes! She's a retired comedian. There's also a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start at first and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 1980s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You'll find a picture labeled Joke-O-Lantern, 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack, watching one of his mother's charity sets in 1999. Both have been added to evidence. All right, so we've got, this is Jack. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's Jack. Go back. And we've got Penelope. Okay. That's Penelope. And one of their kids is Jack. We're going to say this one is Jack. Jack, Roottree. And then what was the other kid? Joke-O-Lantern, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. Both have been added to evidence. So did she have 2 kids? I mean, she had 2 kids, but which one is this one? Joke-O-Lantern, and it was... Okay. I swear that looks like Gab Smolders. The YouTuber Gab Smolders. I don't know if that's correct. I don't know if that's correct or not. But you know what? At this point, we are going to... Oh my goodness, I feel horrible. But yep, we're going to stop this here because there's no way. I thought I was going to stay long because I thought I was going to be able to finish this. But we can't even get to this top secret thing until we fill out this entire tree. So we're kind of screwed at that point. But we did figure out quite a bit. We are getting there slowly but surely. It is hard, but I like it. I really do like this game a lot. Unfortunately, though, we won't see this again until next week. We've already got quite a bit scheduled for the rest of the week. The other good news, though, is that next week is when we start doing more streams. So look for the schedule for next week. I usually post it on Mondays, so I'll post that on YouTube as a post and on the Discord on Monday. But until then, tomorrow we've got, what do I have scheduled? Tomorrow, I believe that I have scheduled Model Kit Shop Simulator, and there's been some updates to that. So I'm super, super excited about that. Spencer's asking, do the more streams start on the 1st? No. So we will have, the way it's going to go, Spencer, and for everybody who's listening out there, is we're still going to stream Tuesday through Saturday. However, Tuesday and Wednesday are going to be normal 4-hour streams. The only thing that's different is I might start them at 7 instead of 8. I haven't decided that yet. But they will still be 4-hour streams. And then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we will have 2 streams a day with a half-hour break in between. So, again, look for the schedules. So that double stream will start, actually, I think it's what, the 6th, I believe, is what that day is. That next week on Thursday. We still got a few more days in this week, though. So we're going to do Model Kit Shop Simulator tomorrow. I'm excited. There's been some updates. I'm super excited about that. Again, join the Discord. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. And if you're watching this on Twitch, in the VOD. Don't forget to follow. Thanks everybody for joining me, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.